and good evening to the Twitcherverse out there. This is Obi-Wan Pez for N-Simplex Pachinko. So tonight, looking to at least start looking at the keybinds for Elite Dangerous and have a little bit of a discussion about what's going on with all of the controls. And then as we get further along, probably discuss a little bit about, or probably get started on using some of those controls in action. And actually going out there and shooting some people. So, alright, so when you are on the menu, first things you're going to want to do are to check your graphics, because goodness. We had done this last night, and I screwed something up. So what you're going to want to do is probably take a native resolution or do something smaller, just to, unless you know that your particular rig can, like, is fine for whatever. If you are a streamer, then chances are you got a good enough rig. Mine is not super great, so I'm just kind of kicking something around here. I am on the primary for this, and I chose to do a borderless full screen. Excuse me, borderless windowed. And the reason for this was when last night I needed to affect something that was going on OBS, just switching the screen over caused it to Alt-Tab out, and then the whole thing minimizes on this screen, despite the fact that my OBS is on the other screen, and I don't really need it to, you know, switch over like that. It could be fine if it just stayed here. So I decided to go with the borderless windowed in order to make sure that this still worked out alright. I'm leaving pretty much everything else the way it is. I'll limit the frame rate to 60 frames per second. Just because it doesn't really bother me. I don't care. I'm looking for quality performance and not hang on one sec. Alright, anyway. Alright, so I'm limiting this to 60 frames per second. I don't really care about like high-res quality or anything like that. I'm looking for keeping everything at least somewhat decently graphics quality. I need the graphics quality to be such that I will not die, and I'm not going to get massive shearing or anything like that. So really what I'm caring about is that I'm going to want this to just be a reasonable frame rate. Modest, if you will. Shader preparation on startup is an option. It works for me, so it's good enough. I am just going with the mid quality. It is not super pretty. Again, I only have an ATI. What is this? Oh man, hang on, let me look it up. It was right on AMD's homepage when I downloaded my drivers the other day. It said, hey, do you want to download the drivers for this thing? And it listed exactly what it was. I was like, it's the first time I think I've ever seen it where it told me what my machine had rather than ask me. Again, this is nothing special. This is an AMD Radeon R7 260X, so it's not super great, but it does enough that it gets me by on most of the stuff that I'm doing for Elite, as well as, you know, pretty much any game that's coming out nowadays that doesn't have super high resolution quality, super high graphics quality. It does fine. It does well enough that, you know, it's good. Um, the one thing I do that I would like to have happen is the crossfire functionality to actually work, but I haven't had that. I haven't had any luck with crossfire working on any setup. So, regardless of whether that was AMD or NVIDIA, like I have not had crossfire working at all ever. Despite putting the bridges in, despite making sure that, you know, it was compatible and everything. Just, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Alright, 3D. Yeah, so I'm not doing VR, and I don't want 3D glasses, so I'm perfectly happy with that. Right. So I'm just doing the OS cursor on this one. I don't think that I have really any preference as to what else is going on here. So whether it is a window-based cursor, which is an in-world element, project the OS cursor screen position into the world. I'm not doing head tracking, so that doesn't matter. In-game panel-based cursor. Maps OS cursor screen position directly in the cockpit interface. Again, I don't think I care. Dashboard brightness. Disable GUI effects. Reduce camera shake. If you're having some trouble, especially with the new setup, I noticed this the other night, and anybody who has watched that knows it as well. There was some extra camera shaking while we were trying to power up to get to frame shift drive, or to get to super cruise speeds. So that is one thing that potentially you might have some issues with if you've got if you are prone to motion sickness. So you might want to reduce the camera shake if that's your thing. I don't really care. I think it's kind of cool. Disable GUI effects, I think I'm fine with. Some of the other ones are like if you select a menu item and it will dissolve that menu and bring up a new menu and sort of glitch them in. So that might be one thing if you want to get rid of that. Vehicle motion blackout. Yeah, I'm good. Vehicle maintain horizon camera. Disables idle hand animations. So if you're in third person, or if you've got Copilot or something like that, sort of just somebody sitting there kind of cracking their knuckles or whatever, is something that can happen. So that can, if you are prone to motion sickness again, there's something weird, especially if you're in VR. If you're not moving your hands, but your character is, that can really mess with some people. Yes, I want to keep these changes. I'm good. I think there was like one thing I changed, so... Oh, the FPS, right. Alright, next thing. We can check audio just real quick. I'm good for this stuff. subtitles on. I'll just do that for everybody's benefit. Speaking of which, is there... Should have an option in here, right? Alright, while you're in your screen, left click will select something, and right click should cause you to back out. So if, for instance, we didn't change anything, I could right click here and it would send us back out to the previous menu. I don't think I... yeah. Oops. Yeah, okay. Network settings. For you, if you're having any issues, come back here and fix that. Alright, now for the real controls. So, those of you who are used to FPS, you might want to do your on-foot controls first and kind of get them laid away and say, okay, this is what I want for when I'm doing stuff on foot. And then start mapping those back out to the rest of the controls that are here. Alright, so for on foot, we have our mode switches, which allow you to open the galaxy and system maps, the comms panel. You can do your quick comms just by hitting enter, so this would be good for like if you're just trying to get a message out to your team real quick. You know, you don't have a chat button. You could just hit the enter key and it'll pop up with the chat, be able to type that in. Access panel. Q is going to be all of your like things that you might need to do when you're on foot. So, for instance, dismissing or recalling your ship. There is also, let's see, what else? Dismissing or recalling your ship. Yeah, hailing a taxi. If you don't have your ship, or I guess if you want to leave it there for some reason. Let's see. Oh, dropping your... Oh, no, that's the other one. Let's see. Selecting inventory items and other stuff like that. Usually you can get that from your main access panel. I believe there's another one that we can get to with the on-foot stuff. Conflict battle stats. I don't have any real reason to do anything with that right now, so... Never really been to conflict zones for this, so... Alright, standard WASD type FPS controls. So forward, backward being W and S, and then A and D being the two buttons right next to it. Yeah, strafing left and right. I don't recommend setting them to your turn left and turn right. Let your mouse do the work on that. If you really, really want to, or if you're using a controller, then you would need to have your turn left, turn right. Probably, for those of us who are right-handed, the typical stuff is that your left stick is going to control your movement, forward, backward, left, right, for strafing, and then your rotation is controlled by your right stick. I do have the rotation axis slightly lower than the mouse sensitivity generally, and also the rotate sensitivity is higher than the pitch sensitivity, because typically I don't need to look up and down all that much. I need to spin around a lot tighter. So I will have that set. Pitch axis is inverted. I do have it on my joystick, but I don't... No, don't do that. Mouse X-axis as rotate and Y-axis as pitch. Just keep it like that. Yeah, I don't have any reason to change anything else. I do not use looking up, down, left, and right as anything in particular. So yeah, I could probably use the Xbox controller that I have here, but I'm not doing it. So I'm just leaving my rotation and pitch as the mouse movements. All right, sprint, left shift typically is a sprint kind of thing for FPS gamers, and I'm doing it as a toggle. I haven't decided yet. Maybe. All right, walk, you could do the same sort of thing. So some people like using either shift as walk, and then they just run all the time, and maybe don't sprint, or they use sprint as a different button. Again, kind of up to you. Walk, let's see. Yeah, I don't know that there's a useful one for this. Toggle shields. No, I need those. Night vision. Alright, cool. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think I need a walk. Crouch, left control, again, toggle. Jump is spacebar, very standard. Interact E, secondary interact F. So I have had both of those keys be used keys throughout the years of FPS gaming, and I don't know, they seem to work fine. Open your item wheel, that was the one I was thinking about earlier. Left Alt. So if you hold the left Alt key, you'll get a little item wheel that pops up that says what do you want to do, and as long as you're holding it down, menu's open. You can then move either your mouse, or you can move using your left, right, up, down keys to select an item on the wheel, and then let go, and it should automatically use whatever item that is, or pull out an item, so like a grenade, for example. The electrical charge, you know, the batteries basically. So when you take an energy cell and plug it into your suit, then that's automatic. You don't have to do anything else, it just happens as soon as you select it. With a grenade, it does not, so that's kind of important. There are also multiple types of grenades, so make sure you got the right one. And when you pull it out, it is not armed. You need to prime it and then throw it. Yeah, so if you don't want mouse input to be put into your item wheel, you can do that here. I believe if you turn this off, you should still be able to move the direction you're looking on the screen. Alright, fire weapon use tool, mouse 1. Aim down sights, mouse 2. This is a hold. I much prefer hold when I'm doing aim down sights. Throw grenade for G. Melee attack V. Let's see. I think I want to switch this to F. Secondary interact. Yeah, it's going to be hold. So both of them are going to be on E now. The only thing that's going to mess me up is if I forget that. Or if there's something like select primary or secondary use, then I might be in trouble. Alright, select tool for T. Holster weapon H. Next, grenade type X. There we go. So make sure that you know you can cycle through your grenades with the X key. think typically I'm only going to have 3 weapons anyway. Oh, I see. Yeah, primaries. Do we have mouse wheel? Okay. Oh, right, it says them right there. Yeah, you know what? Let's just do this. Next and previous weapon, we can do Z-axis for those. Select primary weapons, we can do 1 and 2, primary, secondary. In the case that you have multiple primaries, as is the case with the Devastator, suit, then you should be able to just hit primary twice in order to get to the second one. We'll see. Switch weapon Q. Okay. Reload R. Flashlight is F hold. Night vision is C. Let's make that hold. Toggle shields is going to be Z. Toggle that to Z hold. Oops, right. Yeah, I don't really care. I really don't care about the statistics. Alright, help is going to be the question mark key, so that's slash. Toggle tool mode. This one is super important. If you have a tool out and you switch its mode, so for instance the energy link, if you switch the suit charger to its alternate tool mode, it is an overcharge, which will blast whatever you touch with it. So this is also highly illegal and considered assault. So, you know, be careful. If you have it out physically in zap mode, or if your profile analyzer is in clone mode, that can be seen as a hostile act by the people in the settlements. So just be aware that you definitely want to have your tool mode be something that is easily fixable. Alright, so conflict zone battle stats. I'm just let that be B. I don't really care. Alright, so that's on foot. SRV is going to be somewhat similar. When you are driving around, driving assist is Z. I think that probably works for me. Yeah, let's just change it to toggle for now. Drive assist default is going to be on. I do highly recommend this for the SRV. The SRV tends to spin out very easily. SRV steering on X mouse X-axis, I say no. And mouse control the rolling of the SRV. I also have, I just leave all this as off. I'm typically driving with the joystick, which some people are going to be like, why? Basically, the only reason that I don't drive with the joystick is if I'm on the turret up top. I just find it easier to work with. Then again. Alright, anyway. Steering left and right with A and D. Roll left and right should be, I think, E and Q. Q and E. Decelerate. Yeah. Accelerate. Yeah. Let's just get rid of those. Alright, pitch. Um, Alright, I'm going to change all of my hard points, like weapons out, weapons back, as H, so that is consistent across the board. It is going to be holster your weapon. It is also going to be taking out and putting away the turret here. X handbrake is going to be, let's see, I want that to be hold, okay. So you can make a nice handbrake turn here. So you can do handbrake as X because that is also an emergency stop in your ship. So again, I prefer that one. Not emergency, but set throttle to 0. Vertical thrusters spacebar. Yeah, it makes sense. You're jumping, essentially. Primary, secondary fire 1 and 2. For your mouse, pitch up and down are going to be the same as accelerate and decelerate, essentially. It works for me. Lights are going to be L. Makes sense. Next fire group is going to be N, which is also going to be the same for my ship. Now we got to start thinking about joystick. So joystick placement, I have an Extreme 3D Pro, so X3D from Logitech. This is a stick only. The throttle is attached to the base, so this is not quite a HOTAS, but you know, I guess technically it is. So my HOTAS Lite is this thing right here. So as you can see, we got six buttons down below, throttle in the back, and here we've got a 4 buttons up top plus the hat, and then 2 standard buttons for our primary, secondary fire. So, what do we do with these? I'm running up with a couple of problems in that I can't remember which buttons are which. But we'll make do with what we got. So, our buttons up top, which are going to be 5 and 6. Alright, so 5 and 6 need to be things that I'm going to need to get to quickly. And they're kind of like forward-facing stuff, so I'm thinking that those are going to be targeting. So, oh, select target ahead mouse too. That's weird. Select target ahead. I'm going to go with T for target. And that's just going to get me the first thing that's ahead of me. And that's also joystick 6, which is the one on the right. So, target ahead. Alright, so 3 is going to be back left. Cycle fire groups. This is also a sticky key for me. It doesn't work very super well, so that's actually going to be okay. I don't typically need to change my fire groups all that much. Vertical thrusters are 4, which is back right, so that makes some sense there, and again I can use the spacebar if I'm doing that. Joystick is inverted for Y-axis, regular for X-axis, and regular for Z-axis. Good there. handbrake number 7 is going to be top left of the bottom 6 keys. I guess. I'm not going to be using it all that much, I think. We'll make it work. Alright, I'm going to turn off relative and see what that does for me. So the turret I actually want in standard pitch rather than inverted because that's controlled by my mouse. So I don't want to start... I actually want this to be correctly moving in the right direction compared to what I'm thinking it should be. Good evening, offhandedly. Alright, SRV turret. Now, do I want this to be controlled by anything? I think the answer is no. I'm just going to have it be mouse. So my turret is going to be controlled just by the mouse. Which also means that... Alright, I don't want a power curve because that's going to mess everything up. Dead zone is fine, maybe a little bit lower. Mouse sensitivity, no, I want to keep that pretty low. Because the SRV is going to be jumping around all over the place while I'm driving it. So I just want to make sure. When I'm on the turret, I still have the WASD keys to make sure that that is moving the way that I think it should. Alright. Throttle. Okay. Drive speed controlled by the throttle, right? This worked last night, so this is fine. Forward only, reverse using 8, and that is a hold, because most of the time I want to drive forward. I don't really want to toggle back and forth. Okay. And throttle increments will be continuous. That's fine. Okay, so this is interesting. This is going to be different. WNS are going to be pitch in midair. When we are actually touching the ground, this is going to be acceleration and deceleration. Okay, it's going to override. Cool. We'll make it work. Alright, so pitch up, pitch down. I think most of the time I'm not going to be driving that, so it shouldn't matter all that much. I think it should be fine. Alright, acceleration axis, deceleration axis again. I'm doing drive speed as the throttle on my stick, so I think that's going to be it. That should be fine enough. Driving miscellaneous. Divert power to engines, weapons, and systems. This is standard across the board for your ships as well. So you're going to divert power using the arrow keys, and that will allow you to shift how fast your power will recharge into all your systems. Cargo scoop, I think I'm going to have this button here. 9. Okay. Jettison all cargo. Don't do that to yourself. And recall dismiss ship I have as 10, so that's in the middle on the right. Yeah, cargo scoop's a toggle. You could do it as a hold as well, just for the like second or two that you need to grab something. I don't do it unless I, absolutely need to only have it be a hold. But generally speaking, it's fine as a toggle. You just got to remember to put it away by the time that you start driving. Like start trying to go somewhere else. If you're on your ship, then you definitely need to put it away before. You need to close up the cargo scoop before you go into Super Cruise. Otherwise, it just won't let you. It's not like it's going to blow up your ship or anything. Alright, then last one, driving mode switches. Alright, comms panels, all that stuff still. Okay, so here's the thing. This is going to be galaxy map is M. System map is N. Oh, nuts. Right. How am I going to do fire groups? What else do I have? Okay, cockpit mode is going to be C, I think. Yeah. This'll work. Head look mouse 3 for toggle. So that should probably be a hold. Discovery. Codex. Okay. Discoveries that you make should go under, let's do U, maybe? I don't know, let's try tab for a minute, let's see what that does. Oh, you know what? Let's do the tilde key. The tilde accent key at the top left is the full system scanner key on the ship. So when we're making discoveries, we're doing science and all that stuff. So this makes sense. We'll use that. System map, I'm gonna have be the comma key. Go to the outside of the galactic map, because let's be honest, I need the galactic map more often than I need the system map, because I don't need typically the system map of the system I'm in. I need a system map of some other system. So I'm going to be choosing galactic map like almost all the time when I go to a map. Okay, which means N, still cycle fire group. Yeah. Okay, and that was cockpit. Switch cockpit mode to C. And we'll change this one over here as well. Joystick 11. And what am I going to do for 12? Do I have something for 12? Nope. Okay. Ah, turret. Alright. Cool. So we'll apply those. So that is the SRV controls. We're now going to go over to ship controls and try to map these to more or less the same stuff. This is going to be a bit insane, so good luck. Me personally, I use my mouse x-axis to do yaw rather than pitch, or rather than roll. You can also do roll. Again, for me, it's like when I'm doing mouse movements, I'm trying to move like that way. So I'm trying to get the entire ship to go that way. So I want the ship to more or less follow where I'm looking. These are going to be set for relative, which means that when you pull the mouse off to the side, it will return to center somewhat slowly. So here, relative mouse rate, it's going to be fairly slow. Mouse dead zone and power curve are here. Reset mouse. So I don't actually need a reset mouse button when I'm doing relative mouse, because it'll just fix itself eventually. But reset mouse is absolutely necessary if you turn relative mouse off, because otherwise, if you kick your mouse up to the top right, it's just going to keep following it. So you really need to either turn relative mouse on or have a reset mouse button. I show the mouse widget just so that I can see what direction it's trying to pull. Alright, flight rotation. My yaw axis is the Z axis on the stick, which is typical. Again, regular. Yawing left and right. You could also have this be actual keys on your keyboard if you want. I don't think I'm going to do that. Yep, and joystick Y-axis inverted is kind of your standard flight simulator controls, whereas your X-axis is regular, again, standard flight sim. Yaw to roll button, so this will start turning your roll input into yaw input. Typically your ship will yaw much slower than it rolls, owing to its inertia and moment of inertia. Yeah, only on low roll input and roll only on high roll input. Anyway, I much prefer sticking with kind of standard flight simulator controls, so that's gonna be my preference. Anybody else who wants, obviously, just play around with it, see what happens. I will recommend you can also go into your launcher and choose, instead of doing either Odyssey, Horizons, whatever, you could also choose to do some training. So if you have your training set up in the same modes, then you're able to like test all of your inputs and see what happens. Alright, flight thrust. Thrusting left, right, up, down, and forward and back are going to be my standard WASD keys, plus R and F for up and down. Those are also going to be doing lateral and vertical thrust is going to be my, sideways, lateral, and vertical are going to be my POV hat. So that's going to be my preference for those. Right, thrusting forward and backward are going to be W and S to move forward and back like that. Alternate flight controls, you can set alternate flight controls if you want. I'm going to keep mine blank for now. I don't really have any reason. Flight throttle. I guess that might be like alternate flight controls, might be like your controller if you don't have enough inputs here. So you notice I've already got thrust up and down occupied by two things. So if I wanted to add a controller, then I can't do that right now. Alright, so flight throttle is going to be our standard U axis. it is set for forward only. So if you set it for full range, then pushing it forward is going to cause you to go forward, and pulling it back will cause you to start going backward. I found it impossible, or nearly impossible, to find the 0 point. So to find where the paddle will be zero thrust. So I'm only doing forward only so that I get 0 all the way to 100. And then if I want to reverse, I can use the joystick number 8, which was the same on our SRV. So it is set for toggle. Let's change that to hold. No, wait. We're going to get in combat situations and need that, so I want that toggled. Okay, so increase throttle, decrease throttle, we can use the mouse wheel to start moving that forward and back. Throttle increments are going to be continuous. I have set X to be set to 0, and then setting negative 100 or positive 100 is going to be either shift forward or control backward plus X. Flight landing overrides. So when you get within the space to be able to land, so when you're really close to your landing pad, your little radar changes from being able to see everything around you to just showing the pad. So your ship is communicating with the pad and basically showing a radar simulation of where you are compared to the pad and where you need to go. So this is when I've done an override on the ship controls to say, okay, I don't care what else you're set to do. Right now, what you're going to focus on is getting the ship down. So WASD, RNF, and Q and E are going to be the flight controls within that small space. This also means that if you go outside of that space accidentally or intentionally, your flight controls revert to normal. So be careful. I have done that before, mostly because I screwed up something. I had to wave off, rose past it, it turned back to just the radar, and then I was doing something completely different. Alright, so typically when I'm landing, I'm going to have two hands on the controls. My throttle will be set to 0. I'm then going to be using WASD on my left hand and the POV hat on my right hand. The POV hat is going to control the up and down and also the left and right. And then my left hand, WNS, is going to control forward, backward, and occasionally the thrust left, right, nope, thrust left and right for A and D. All right. All right, toggle flight assist is a toggle for Z. Engine boost is going to be tab. This is your main thrusters. So if you have sufficient power in your engines, you will execute a burn, and that burn is a small engine boost for about 3 seconds or so. You will reach maximum speed and then immediately start to decelerate again to wherever your throttle's set. If it's set to maximum, you will decelerate to your maximum speed, and then if you hit tab again quickly, somewhat quickly, once your engine has recharged energy and it has been a sufficient cooldown period for your engines, then it will boost again. By chaining them, you can keep at your, or pretty close to your maximum speed, true maximum speed. Most of my ships, it's about 320. I think it's kph, but kph. Meters per second, yeah. Toggle frame shift drive. So this is going to allow me to immediately either go to Super Cruise or to hyperspace from where I am. If I then hold J, this will get me to a hyperspace jump to the current system wherever it's set to. This only works if it is not occluded. So if you're currently behind the planet compared to where you need to jump, it's not going to work. So if you end up seeing it that this is behind the planet somewhere, it's not going to allow you to do it. So you'd have to get into Super Cruise and then jump out. I have decided to change my Super Cruise to a space bar, make it a little bit easier. I'm not doing rotational correction, I'm fine with that. It's all good. And toggle orbit lines equals, sure, why not? I don't have any problems with the orbital lines as they are. They don't really distract me. Alright, target ahead is going to be T, which I had the same for the other one. Now, target ahead being 6. Okay, so if I hold 6, it's going to get me whatever the target is ahead, and if I tap 6, it's going to get me next target. 5, which is the top left here, is going to get me, again, highest threat if I hold, and then cycle highest threat when I tap. Okay. Next hostile target, not... Yeah, okay. So I definitely want to remember those are going to be important. Alright, teammate navlock dash. Okay, actually I want that one next. Cycle subsystems. I think I want... Can I do that? That's the next fire group. So I want to hold that because... Oh no, I want next fire group to be the other. Second next fire group should be 3. So that's what it was on the SRV. Alright, so next subsystem should be 4. Typically when we start getting into combat, it's a lot more advantageous to pick a specific subsystem and try to attack that subsystem so that the enemy ship is then unable to do something. So usually you target the FSD drive, or yeah, target the frameshift drive so that they can't run, and or target their weapons so they can't fire, target their power plant so that they will lose all power and end up basically just dead stick in space, not able to do anything. Target next system. I do want this somewhere because it's been bothering me. I think I'm going to do it as the last thing. Is it Q? Yeah, that'll work. Landing gear. I have landing gear set for L, which I wanted that for lights. Alright. Hard points is going to be H. It's also 7. Alright, what do I have for the SRV? For mode switching? Nope, that's not it. Turret controls. Wrong one. Wrong one. SRV turret 12. Yeah. Alright. Let's try to fix that then. buttons. Deploy needs to be 12. Next, system in root. 11. Okay, sure. Why not? All right. I think I want landing gear. Do something a little bit out of the way. Let's try this. What about B? Okay, B can work. Next fire group. Yes. This was going to be 3. Alright, firing deploys hardpoints I do want on. So that's just a quick way to do it. I don't have to, worry about what button's what. Just click the trigger and everything starts coming out. Alright. Alright, so selecting teammate's target would be nice. Let's do that as hold for next subsystem. Same sort of thing. Tonight's coffee was that Old Crow? Some little distributor, or some little roasting house, I guess, off in Virginia. So. Old Crow Cup of Joe or something like that. Yep, Old Crow Cup of Joe. Alright, so, do not cancel these changes. Alright. cooling. Silent running delete is a hold. I think that's better for safety's sake. Because if you have it on toggle, typically you end up forgetting it and then you explode your own ship. As you basically, to do silent running, you hold all the heat that your ship is generating inside of your ship. This is also why it's very important to have heat sinks if you're going to be doing that. Let's see, heat sink. Let's have that be a hold as well. So I want to, yeah. And actually, let's do silent running as backspace. Miscellaneous. Ship lights can be L. We do currently have it as landing gear, but I will fix that. Alright, so diverting power, all there. Increase, decrease, sensor zoom. I have this as page up, page down. Yeah, I think that's probably good enough. Ship lights L. Divert power, standard stuff. Reset HMD orientation. I'm not doing any HMD stuff, so don't have to worry about that. Here again we have the toggle for home. Jettison all cargo, not doing it. Landing gear, I'm going to do G. Hold G. That's a good one. Microphone mute. Tell you what, I have this currently. There's a button on my keyboard that has a mute symbol on it, so that's going to at least help me out. And that is going to be a hold. Microphone state in CQC is going to be push to talk. Yeah. Use a shield cell. I don't necessarily want those. Hold Q. Chaff launcher, hold E. Could be something useful. Charge ECM. Hold, I don't know, hold F1. Enable context menu. Okay. Weapon color. Okay, get rid of it. C, night vision. I don't remember what the actual night vision is on SRV, so we'll look real quick. That's not it. Nope. Yep. Trying this. is night vision. It was here. I remember setting it. Drive assist. Thrusters, handbrake, headlights. Am I going crazy? I set this. Cargo scoop, cargo, balance power distribution, recall dismiss ship. Hell, man. Discovery, system map, galaxy map, cockpit mode, head look. Okay, no, seriously. Drive assist. All this stuff. Steering, pitch, roll, SRV, primary, secondary, vertical thrusters. What the crap, man? Alright. Losing my mind. Cool. Alright, multi-crew, I don't have any clue about any of this because I never have a spot in my ship for other people. I don't have any fighters. Full spectrum system scan. So the FSS is going to be tuning left and right is going to be E and Q. Zoom in to target, mouse 1, zoom out, mouse 2. Step in and out. Zoom is going to be up and down arrows. I never use these, but sure, why not? Let's do maybe RNF. See how that works. Camera, yaw, and pitch is going to be WASD. Can also use X and Y on the joystick to do the same. Alright, discovery scan, mouse 3, or mouse sensitivity, let's turn that up a little bit. Alright. Target current. It's going to be useful as T. Mouse y-axis, pitch inverted. So, this is so messed up. I tried it last time. I think that this actually means that it's not inverted. For whatever reason. Leaving FSS backspace or apostrophe. Discovery scan mouse 3 or tuning. Turn up the mouse sensitivity just a bit here. That was killing me earlier. Detailed surface scanner. I have not done any of this stuff, so this is again one of those things that I really need to get into. All right. Mode switches, looking at comms. Not gonna be doing that anyway, so whatever. Map, system map, comma. Let's be consistent. Game menu P. Yeah, okay. No, right. I don't want that. Open discovery. Okay. All right. That's okay. All right. Yes. So cockpit mode, I just want C. Enter FSS is going to be the accent. Open discovery. Crap. Painting myself into a corner here. So, open discovery, I want to be that. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, either way, backspace is then going to be the exit out of the mode. Alright, miscellaneous ship lights. Landing gear G hold. Night vision. V. V hold. No. Okay. Maybe I don't want it to be V. X. Yeah, that'll work. Like all of my F keys are basically open, so this is not the best setup. General controls. Alright, so WASD does all the panel movement. Space is going to be selection, backspace or mouse 2 are going to be backward. Go back to the previous. Nested toggle, I don't really... Next and previous tabs are going to be Q and E. Next and previous page are going to be C and Z. Alright, well, sure, why not? Galaxy map is going to be WASD to translate the camera. Yaw left and right is going to be Q and E. Pitch up and down is going to be T and G. I never use those. R and F is going to be to translate up and down. You do need to use those. You can't always click on the right star system that you want. Galaxy Cam zoom in and out are going to be Z and X. And select current system home. That would be useful. Alright, so where were we? Camera suite, I, again, typically don't use this. I could probably use it nicely, that and the free camera to actually like take pictures and stuff. I just don't ever do it. So again, feel free to try it on out and see what kind of cool pictures you can get. Hollow Me is when you're trying to create a portrait for yourself. I created a Hollow Me only like a year ago, and I feel attacked. His hair was very much like brownish red, sort of like what I kind of got going, and yeah, they aged him like 20 years when they released Odyssey. I feel attacked. Alright, playlist, if you've got like an actual playlist inside the game, you can do that, and store camera. So, camera inside the store. So I don't really use any of this stuff. The Galaxy map in the interface mode, yeah. Alright, SRV controls, I swear there's no like search. Crap, man. Drive assist, default. There was a night vision, or toggle night vision. I swear. I can just open all the menus. Anybody else see it? Throttle, accelerate, decelerate. These are just axes. Driving miscellaneous. It should be in here. Recall, dismiss. Jettison, cargo scoop. Divert power. Recall, dismiss. Driving mode switches. Head look. Switch cockpit. Discovery system. Galaxy. Internal panel roll. Comms. External panel UI focus. What? Alright, whatever. Alright, these are all here. So, now to remember all of these things, I don't know how you're going to do it, because I'm certainly not going to be able to. Now that I've gone through it a couple here, hopefully, we'll see some good stuff. So I'm going to jump into Psyche's private group. You can do open. It's not like it's going to be a big deal. I just typically don't like to play open because I was attacked once just for doing missions for somebody. Like, he and his corporation thought that they owned the place, and I'm like, Now that I work for a corporation, do I feel the same? No, not really. I do not feel like jumping into open and harassing people who just want to get missions done. I will, on the other hand, continue to support my group in doing missions, which then override every possible influence gain that they make in all other areas. I will not hunt down people just because they're doing missions. That's just mean. Alright, here we go. So I want some on foot missions. I'm going to disembark. Yeah, I still don't know what happened last night with that one mission. It kind of just disappeared on me, and it's really weird. That was not supposed to be what happened. I got a Blackadder error, and it shoved me back out to the main menu, and then when I came back, my mission was gone and apparently failed. This here is the fuel rats, so if anybody's unfamiliar with them, we have fuel, you don't. Any questions? The fuel rats are a bunch of great, wonderful people. I have had the pleasure of never having done business with them, only because I always bring fuel scoops and or have enough fuel to get places. But maybe I'm just lucky. Alright, check this guy. I think he was working with Boop. Yep. Fetch the personal documents from a settlement. So yes, I will do this one. It has a threat level 0. This is going to be super easy. Cersei, 9 light years away and 75,000 light seconds inside. So that's kind of unfortunate that it's so far in, but whatever, we'll do it. Alright, we do have a larger influence on this one, so I don't know.
Well, okay. What were you thinking? What? No, that's insane.
Ooh.
Take the original offer or just go.
Fine.
Just be careful,
Punk.
okay?
I believe that he is the only one that is working for Boop. Yeah. So he is the only one. Let's go to the mission board. And I want to only work with Boop. So we have now 17 missions available that are on foot. I am going to Cersei, so it would help if there is some place to go within Cersei. It does not look like it. Yeah, do not go to Ogmar or Colonia or any of the others that are that far out there. Again, this is only 200,000 credits for having to go 22,000 light years away. It is not worth it. It'll never be worth it. Don't ever, ever, ever do something like that to yourself. Alright, this is a covert steel vehicle schematic from a settlement. That will be rather rough, depending on how many people are there and what else you have going on. So I don't think I'm up for that right now, just because it's me. Wait, what? 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 Murder Boot Brigade members? Now hang on a second. Oh, okay. Target faction, Boar Purple Family. That's better. Alright, go to this engineering foundry in Boar. Eliminate criminal faction members occupying the settlement. Okay. Threat level 4. So this is kind of dangerous, but at the same time, the luck that I've been having, those of you who were here last night, this was actually not too bad, because I ended up just kind of parking outside of the settlement and just murdering everybody with the SRV. So, yeah, this might work. Alright, so Riquelme, Engineering Foundry. So let's also see if in Bohr, this is also another one. There are no more Bohr settlement. Okay. Alright, pull encrypted memory chip from wreckage. This is close by, so that's nice. Maverick suit required, so sure hope I still have that on. And 7U2B. These are some other ones that are just around the system. Should be alright. Should be easy enough to... What is this again? Encrypted memory chip from wreckage. Yeah. Okay, so that'll be enough for now. Let's just double check real quick. I want to hand in anything that I have. No bounties, no fines, no vouchers, no codex, no intel, no dividends. Alright, let's get out of here. Alright. I wanted to check what I was actually equipped with. Should still be the same Maverick suit with, yep, can opener. So we got the Medicore Oppressor, which is the automatic plasma rifle, and the kinetic secondary weapon. Yeah, that'll work alright. Sign out, and let's get going. I gotta potentially look into voice attack or all those other ones that other people are using, because those seem really cool. Alright, gear is gonna be hold G. If anyone is looking for other streamers to check out their Elite Dangerous stuff, I got a few different people. So first of all, Psyche. I need to thank her very profusely for being a mentor and helping me out in a lot of different ways. I don't think we've ever actually flown together, but just to see her like work with cool targets communications network must be good. They know you're coming. So that was now. Yep. Cool, cool, cool. So this is probably the extermination mission. Alright, what do we got? Personal documents. Let's go to Cersei and get this first. I think. What's this? This is at 4. So I think this is actually going to be the one that is the most dangerous, but no, This one's going to be the most dangerous because I don't know what's there. Wait, what was the threat on these? It's not going to show me now. No, this is going to be the most dangerous now. So, bore system first. If I have to come back before I actually get to... Alright, let's go to bore first. If I have to come back and drop stuff off before I go out to the other settlement, then so be it. So we'll go to Super Cruise. Next in system. There. Nice. Figure out where we're supposed to go. There. Come. So again, they know we're coming. Set an angle down here. And in theory, there's nobody following us, but we could always end up with somebody trying to attack us on the way. Let's move this just a little bit here. Nope, that's the wrong one. Nope, that's still the wrong one. Okay, move. Yeah. Alright, there we go. Yep, there we go. So you can see the restoration of the mouse to 0. You only have to move it just subtly in order to keep it moving down over and over again. Continuously. Stay under it a bit. Try to approach from the lower side. This does add a little bit of time to your journey, but at the same time, you try to avoid most of the gravity well from the larger planet. And now we can fly to the moon directly without too much interference, gravitational interference, from the planet itself. Also want to thank other streamers out there, so people who have inspired me, not just in Elite Dangerous, not just in any of the games that I play, but just in general, have been really wonderful and great people to talk with, and who appreciate me hanging out on their streams. Just little peon that I am. So these would include people like, I have extensively thanked other people who have come to my channel as well, including Captain Space Toaster, Lana the Plant Lady, and half a dozen other people. But new faces or new names to the stream, people that you might want to follow. Boss Lady B is also known just as Boss Lady, but her specifically her Twitch name is Boss Lady B, is an Elite Dangerous streamer, and what did I set this to? Oh no. Hello? Nope, that wasn't it. See? Got problems, I can't remember what night vision is. Nope, that wasn't it. See? Knew I was going to forget. So yeah, Boss Lady B has been helpful in trying to understand Elite a little bit better. She and Psyche, turns out, know each other and are friends, so that's a good thing. Request docking. That, and you're here to murder people, so why would we want you to land here? Let's look at, real quick, pull up controls, ship, and try to find night vision again. Oh, miscellaneous. Yeah. It's in here somewhere. Night vision X. There we go. Alright, let's look at who's here. Got Cobra 3. Master and Fair to Loss. Novice. Let's just double check this guy again. Yeah. Oh no, he's in a trace. Okay. It's not too bad then. So when you get about 2.5 kilometers away, that's when they start freaking out. And no? Yeah, good luck with that. He's gonna get out of here. Back it off. Get in the blue zone so we can turn faster. just there? Yeah, it looks like it's just this. The foundry itself. It's interesting. Okay. I feel like there should be a few more turrets or something that's gonna attack me just for by virtue of being here. If not, I mean, that's fine by me. Seems a little sad for them. I see a skimmer over there. Settlement defenses. Yeah, that. Is that it? Like, nobody's actually gonna attack me here, so that's interesting. Heal back. Ooh, hey. Oh. In ammo flying is very different than elsewhere. down. Alright. That's good enough for now. Let's take SRV and deploy. Alright, get the ship out of here. Oops, that wasn't what I wanted. That one. Make sure it doesn't take any more damage. What's my... What is 4? That's not what I want. SRV. Turret. Nope. Target ahead 6. Driving. Yeah, vertical thrusters. 4. What? I'm hitting 4. Why isn't that working? Anyway, alright, back in. I want the lights off. Because I don't want to be murdering people with my lights on. Weird. Interestingly enough, it did very well last night. Making sure that my lights were off did very well for me. Maybe I should have taken a few more shots at this from the sky, but yeah, whatever. definitely want to restore that. Controls, SRV. Driving. Nope, that was turret controls, relative on. Where am I going? Well, alright, so here we go. We go this way a little bit. So we see somebody out in the open. This is gonna take a while, but that one. Worker. Aw. What do we got in this immediate area? There's one. Oh, it doesn't even have a suit. Okay, so I think one way to do this is to get into the controls and start taking out the power to the entire system, or the entire complex. And that'll at least also get me noticed, but okay, let's do this. Let's hop back in. No, it wasn't what I wanted. H. Let's get out. Really? Alright, what's on foot? Damn. Alright, on foot controls for night vision. C, hold. Let's do X hold so it is consistent. Does this suit not have night vision? Alright, whatever. You're going to cut the power to the settlement from here. The atmosphere. Deactivate. Who's coming? What? How did that happen? My goodness. Good. Alright, incoming. Ooh, ooh, ooh. This guy. Sarumangus is next. That's 8. Oops. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 scientists and workers. That might count. Oh. It's gonna take a while. this way. Gonna come back around the back of the research building. Alright, let's look at who these are. Okay, so scientist, 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 defenses, worker, scientist. Okay. So I'm pretty much in the clear at this point for doing the horrible thing. This one not. No. Next question, if I step out here, am I going to get lit up? Uh-oh. I got a big problem, and that is my shields did not go up. There it is. take?
Shield activated. Leaving restricted area. Leaving pressurized environment.
Alright, so let's take a look at the facility here. And what do we have over there? What is that? Container 1. Seven 572. Keypad, what is this? Locker. Hab, locker. Four 785. Uh-oh. I was gonna say I heard him. There's 13. Locker again. of this is really all that important, because I'm not going to get all that much money. Oh, that was it. 6931. Oh no, detection in here will incur fines. Alright, what was this one? This was the 7572. No.
Shield deactivated.
Alright, so this is the one that was in dorm. $4785. Not a whole lot there. Alright, cool. Oh, power. Container 4.
Shield activated. Mission status updated.
Oh, 0631. One more in the power center. 9812. Alright, medkit. No, alt. Yeah, med.
Vital signs stabilized.
Grab that medkit. Let's start making our way out. Holster. And alright, back to the scarab.
Drive assist on.
on fire there for a second.
Ship recalled.
No. Nothing out there, so let's go back to the ship.
Landing gear deployed.
Jeez. Come on now. There we go. Alright, so that's one. It is a little bit ridiculous, but I spent far too much time just kind of puttering around collecting stuff. And honestly, too much time sitting around trying to kill people. Gear up. Judgment defenses.
Warning, you have entered a trespass zone.
Nothing. Alright, never mind.
Trespass zone cleared. Frameshift drive charging.
Whoa.
2, 1, engage.
Alright, so let's head up to Cersei.
Frameshift drive charging.
Alright, now might be a good time to go cycle some water. And anything else you might need, so I will be back in just a minute. And hopefully you all won't just watch me die here, so we'll see how it goes. going to overshoot, but how far? Yeah, 17,000, not too bad. Okay. Very sad beer emergency. When I started pouring was just instantaneously 100% head. It's like, that's not helpful. Alright, spin. Almost always come at this inverted, so that I'm always pulling up into whatever I'm going into. I can see it a little bit better. There's this little pocket right at the top of the screen, right there, where I'm putting that chemical assembly right now. At least in the Python, that's pretty convenient. So if I hold it here and just keep it in that particular space, generally speaking, it works out pretty nicely for the approach. Alright, you can see the planet, moon. Off the rest of the orbitals. It's interesting. The miniature system. Cersei D1. Oh, it is. Okay. So this appears to be this chemical assembly, possibly a moon, I guess, appears to be at a Lagrangian point for a couple of the larger planets and or moons. So Lagrange points are places in space that have basically null gravity. So because of all the rest of the forces and all the rest of the bodies in the area, these two bodies here apparently are cycling around each other and are not they have a bit different of a orbit structure than other bodies in the area. So these two bodies cycle around each other and cycle around a Lagrangian point for Cersei D1. At least I think it's D1. I got a lot of illegal goods on me. That's not good. Maybe I should have done the other one first. Alright. So I am allowed to land here. How nice of them. Yep, right there. Alright, gear down. Do, 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 do. Woo. It's nice of them to, it's terribly nice of them to repair everything for me. Alright, container 6. Settlement grounds. Who's here? Is it people I want to deal with, or is it scavengers? Because they're blue, which means that they're neutral. Everybody should be happy with me being here as long as I'm obeying the rules. Alright, skimmer's okay. Sup? Uh-oh. Crap. That was a dumb idea. Crap.
Shield activated.
Stupid. Oops. What? Where am I getting hit from?
Shield offline. Shield online.
It might be time to go get the SRV. That's not good.
Shield online.
Take off, take off. Man, that was awful. Okay. Instead of submitting to a scan and maybe getting caught, I denied the scan and definitely got caught. Alright. So this is where my strategy of having all turrets may come back to bite me. One little spot of blue here. So tonight we got a Pau Hana blonde ale with passion fruit, orange, and guava from Calvert Brewing Company. This is Maryland State, something from Maryland anyway. We're gonna head back to the settlement. Hopefully the ship will not be under attack. Didn't sound like it. Okay. Why is that not working? It's working when I touch it, but it's not working when I... Doesn't make any sense. Alright, whatever. Mm-mm. Alright, container 6 on the grounds. I don't have the luxury of cover of darkness, which is unfortunate, but see what we can do with it. Alright, I'm not targeting workers as much as I can. Administrator. Scientist. Worker. Settlement defenses. Scout. Alright. Let's see how this goes.
Drive assist off.
Okay. Healed back, so that's good. Settlement grounds. Alright. Now they're all worried about me. guys are gonna hate me so much. Container 9. Find a computer and or container 6. Round turret in the middle of entire place. That's cool. Whatever. Container 3. Yeah, I need an E-breach. Or I need a computer anyway. Ugh.
Soup recharging. Soup full.
So no computer over by storage. Probably a few computers in industrial, but does mean that I need to get close to the weapon, to the turret that's there.
Overload in progress. Overload complete. Entering pressurized environment.
Yes, of course I'll keep my gun stowed. How careless of me, I'm so sorry.
Leaving restricted area.
Alright. That one. 68 meters that way. Oh, good. Means it's probably out in the middle.
Leaving pressurized environment.
Yep. this is going very badly.
Leaving pressurized environment. Overload complete. Mission status updated.
Mm-mm.
Shield offline. Vital signs stabilized. Shield online.
Oh, this is bad. Oh no. No! Alright, well, I deserve that, I suppose. Alright, let's see where it puts us. Oh dear. Alright, let's exit out of the client. Maybe. I don't know if that's a crash or if I just caused it to duck back, but whichever way. Come on now. Alright, there we go. Start her up again. Alright, let's see where we got left off at. Seriously, on foot. Okay, that's good. Ish. Forward. Suit battery is just fine, thank you. Oh, come on. Load. Please load. There we go. Alright, let's check. Oh no. No, I got it. Okay. So it's here. This is good. All have been eliminated. Cool. So now I just need to pull 2 more encrypted messages from the Serenu system. Technically, I have 3 encrypted memory chips. Oh, jeez. I feel like those are probably named and not those. So let's take a quick screenshot here and send that off, because Yeah, that shouldn't be allowed. Crop that and save it. Maybe, salvage mission. Error. Alright, so I will work on that later. Wonder if I just roll up and like, hey friends, they're gonna open fire on me or what? All the people in that settlement look friendly to me.
Landing gear deployed.
I do have a local bounty. Okay. Don't do it. Don't do it. Come on, man. Let's go. Alright, here's another adder error, I think. Oh, good. Alright. I'm gonna go to Sovereign U. 100 on Serenu 4E for first crash. Here, we're going to start seeing some locations pop up. And that's what we want. Nope. Nope. There. Hold, not just click. There we go. A little bit more of a down angle on it. try one more, and if it doesn't work, we will exit out to the main screen, or no, exit out from the client entirely, and then reinstate the client yet again. Oh, there we go. Oh dear. We appear to be inside our own ship. Alright, cool. Raccoon's over there. Ouch. Alright, change cockpit mode. And that is a data point, but it isn't actually a data scanner sort of thing, at least as far as I can tell. Nope. Alright. Well, this does mean we're probably going to have to get out. Check it out on foot.
Warning. Extremely low temperature detected.
Ah. There we go.
Mission status updated. Drive assist on.
Alright, now go over here, look for the second place. Gurney. That's not right. And that's where we got all the stuff. But we still have another one. Huh. Well. Alright. Guess that means the rest of my mission's just dumped. I really hope that's not the case. I'll also take a screenshot of that one. Oh. Nope. It's worth a shot. $900. Really? It was not that far away. That's aggravating. That was some pretty serious nonsense right there. $37. Right there. I was being a little punchy. Do not recommend. Probably one of those don't try at home things. Alright. Let's see what missions I actually have available to hand in. Now once we're done with this, I'm gonna raid somebody. 1. Great. I finished a total of like 3 missions, and still we only get to hand in 1. Awesome. Alright. Audio logs. Alright. Let's try it this way. Probably going to be able to get in there, and then they'll say, no, you can't do that. What are you talking about? This already got handed in.
Glad to see you.
You.
It's really done. Skies above, I can breathe again. Thanks again for helping me out. It was touch and go for a while there.
You know what? I'm going to just log out here. It's not like I have any other missions to do, right?
Talk is cheap. So are lives. Want a job?
Yeah, I already did that. It says right there, missions accepted 3 out of 20. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, this is fun. We got 3 out of 20 listed here, but none on my actual mission board. So that's awkward. Alright, let's try and hand in. I totally murdered people. Okay. If you say I didn't, guess that's me absolved. Alright, let's go to the bartender and sell off all this stuff.
Whatever you need to sell, I can handle it.
Whew. Add all assets, add all goods. Whew. What did I get? Ah, sciencey stuff. Yep, true form fossil. Petrified fossil, deep mantle sample. Weapon schematic. Degraded power regulator. Chemical sample. Inertia canister. Insight database. These are nice. Okay. Okay, so I just basically got a million got a million extra credits for snooping around that whole time that I was talking to you about. Alright, how many credits did I have? That was a mistake. Shouldn't have closed paint. I had 408,738,000 credits. So I should have 409,000 credits, give or take. 409 million credits. 409,835,000. Cool. So we got enough. We got all the stuff we were supposed to get. Still missing a bunch of missions that are out there, apparently, but are totally not in our list. Right? Okay, you know what? What the hell? Turn to Gurney. Complete contracted at terminal. Okay. And then this one I didn't actually do because I never went there. What the hell? Alright, I'm going to do that off stream. So, I'm going to turn you all over to who's still up. Boss Lady B just got on. So, those of you who are still here, thank you for coming. I will be streaming next on Wednesday with my usual math stream. Again, this is going to be a kind of here's my final exam for teachers. Here's why I wrote these questions, and for students, here's how to do them. So I hope you all have a good couple of days, and I will see you all on hopefully Wednesday. If not, there's a good chance I'll be on Thursday just for fun, or Friday for the actual stream that I'm scheduled to do. So, have a good night, everybody. See you all later. This is Obi-Wan Pez for and Simplex Pachinko. Good night.